And we shall begin the ceremony with the occasional lighting of the lamp. As we prepare to usher in the spirit of the special occasion, may I invite our distinguished guests to come forward and honor the lighting of the traditional oil lamp. Let me respectfully invite our chief guest, Mr. Vijayaratna Varakhagoda, our guest of honor, Mr. Jananath Varakhagoda, Mr. Rakita Vikramaratna, Reverend Father Gamludias, General Manager of Catholic Private Schools, Reverend Sister Alexandra Mendes, our Sector Coordinator, Reverend Sister Francine Mutugala, our Community Leader, Reverend Sister Sujani Fernando, Principal of the Collegiate School, Reverend Sister Dilrukshika Silva, Principal of the Primary School, Reverend Sister Velani De Silva, Principal of the Montessori, our Deputy Principals, Mrs. Yvonne Hettige and Mrs. Darshini Dias, Teacher in charge of the Eastern Band, Mrs. Geeta Fernando, Master in charge of the Western Band, Major S.W.B. Edrisingha, our gold sponsor, Mr. Neville Fernando, our silver sponsor, Mr. Dilan Beruvalage, our bronze sponsor, Mr. Shiranta Bokulavella, leader of the Eastern Band, Sweta Fernando, and the leader of the Western Band, Tasha Leonage. As the gentle glow of tradition flickers to life, we gather today rooted in the timeless customs that have shaped our spirit and our heritage. Let this sacred flame guide us forward with wisdom, strength, and serenity. Our chief guest this evening, Mr. Vijayaratna Varakhaguda, with a dazzling career spanning over 6 decades, has graced the stage, screen, and airways as a beloved actor in cinema and theatre, a soulful singer, and the unforgettable voice behind cherished roles in Radio Ceylon. His presence tonight adds brilliance to our celebration, and we are privileged to have him share this musical journey with us. Please join me in extending a warm, heartfelt welcome to Mr. Vijayaratna Varakhaguda and his beloved wife, Mrs. Chitra Varakhaguda, our guests of honor, Mr. Jananath Varakhaguda and Mr. Rakita Vikramaratna, along with all other dignitaries and special invitees in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have gathered here at this very special moment, let us pause for a while and in the silence of our hearts invoke blessings of God, our Almighty Father. Please rise for the opening prayer. Tasha Lienage, the leader of the Western Band, will lead us in prayer now.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, thank you for bringing us together tonight as a school community. We are grateful for the gift of music, for the creativity it inspires, and for the joy it brings to both those who perform and those who listen. Thank you for our principal, Reverend Sister Sujani Fernando, and all the teachers whose guidance and encouragement help us grow in both skill and spirit. Bless their efforts and passion they pour into every practice and rehearsal. We thank you for each student here, for their hard work, discipline, and dedication. Thank you for the long hours of practice, for the patience it takes to learn, and for the courage it takes to perform. May each of them feel proud of what they've achieved. We are also thankful for our families and friends who support us, cheer us on, and believe in us. Their presence here tonight reminds us that we are never alone in our journey. As we share our music, may it lift hearts, build connections, and remind us all of the beauty that comes from working together towards a common goal. Let every note we play be filled with joy, purpose, and gratitude. Keep us calm, focused, and safe throughout this performance, and may this evening be a celebration of talent, teamwork, and community. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
The school anthem will now be sung. Remain standing, please. Kindly be seated. Let me call upon the head prefect of St. Bridget's Convent Collegiate School, Thenu Vandaragala, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good evening to all of you. The sound of drums, an evening where the music and creativity take center stage. Tonight is a celebration of dedication, passion, and the incredible talent nurtured right here within our school. First and foremost, I warmly welcome our chief guest, Mr. Vijayaratna Varakagoda, famously known as Korale Mahatya from the radio sitcom Mohan Palasa. He is a highly respected figure in the Sri Lankan performing arts, a legendary actor and a cherished voice in our culture. He has received many numerous awards, most notably the President's Best Actors Award for his performance in Arunata Pera. I also warmly welcome Mrs. Chitra Varakagoda, who has contributed immensely to the Sri Lankan theatre and continues to inspire many through her dedication to the arts. We are delighted to welcome our guests of honor, Mr. Jananath Varakagoda, a renowned musician, percussionist, a performer whose work has inspired many young artists across the country. He was awarded the Bunka Award by the Japanese government for his contributions to the Lankan art. I also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Rakita Vikramaratna, an international percussionist and founder of Nadro. He's an exceptional drummer and artist whose dynamic contributions to the music industry are admired by many. Let me also welcome the General Manager of Catholic Private Schools, Reverend Father Gamno Dias, Sector Coordinator of the Good Shepherd Province, Reverend Sister Alexandra Mendes, Sisters of the Good Shepherd Province Leadership Team, our Community Leader, Reverend Sister Francine Muthukala, our Principal, Reverend Sister Sujani Fernando, Principals of the Primary and Montessori, Reverend Sister Dirukshika Silva and Reverend Sister Velani De Silva, Reverend Sisters and Fathers, our Deputy Principals, Mrs. Yvonne Hetike and Mrs. Darshini Dias, members of the Past Pupils Association and the School Development Society, principals of the invited schools, special invitees, distinguished guests, sponsors, parents, and everyone gathered here today. Your presence today is a motivation to all our performers, and we hope you enjoy the lineup we prepared for you. To all members of the invited schools, your participation will undoubtedly add color and vibrance to this event. It is truly a pleasure to be able to witness you perform on this stage. Tonight, you will witness the result of many hours of hard work, collaboration, and passion. The performers who are taking the stage have not only grown musically, but have also learned the importance of teamwork, discipline, and creativity. We hope their performance tonight speaks not only through notes and rhythms, but through the joy and unity that music brings to all of us. So sit back, relax, and let the music take you on a journey. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you, and let the show begin.
Thank you, Thenu. That was Thenu Andaragala, the head prefect of the collegiate school. And ladies and gentlemen, now the night comes alive. Prepare yourselves for a breathtaking spectacle as we illuminate the evening with a radiant display of light and color. In this magical moment, lights will paint a portrait igniting joy, wonder, and awe. So look up, hold your breath, and let your heart race. This is the pulse of imagination brought to life. Sound of drums.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good evening to all of you present here today. Welcome to The Sound of Drums, proudly presented by St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7. Indeed, it is truly lovely to be here and to be in the presence of each of you. And most importantly, Dulanjali, though we are not at school is right across the road, it feels nice to be back here, especially with all our teachers and everyone present here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this evening, along with the bands of St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7, the Eastern and the Western Band, you will also be seeing many of the leading schools of Sri Lanka taking center stage here tonight to perform especially for you. Now, in addition to that, you might be wondering, why do you see two female MCs or two female compiers on stage? Because usually you would always see a male and a female duo. But today's duo speaks of a brilliant partnership, something that we are truly proud of as well. The two of us are proud products of St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7, and it is truly an honor to be here tonight. And I'm Myla Vandot.
I'm Dulanjali Ananda, and once again, I bow on, and a very good evening to our distinguished guests, parents and children. We trust that you are lovers of music, deeply rooting to beats of the drums from our very own Thammatam, Daula, Gatabera, to the bass and snare drums, toms and cymbals. Welcome to a fusion of Sri Lankan beats which awakens our hearts and aligns with the deep frequencies of the soul. The talented Bridgetians are back on stage after a decade for a fiesta of drums.
You know, just to add to that, you just mentioned 10 years ago we are back on stage. Do not ask me my age, but quite ironically, 10 years ago, we had Sound of Drums right here at the Nelumpokana stage, and I was a part of it as well back in the days that I was in school. So it is something that is a part of myself as well.
Certainly feels good to be back in school, working with the teachers and our beloved Bridgetians. Welcome to the fusion of Sri Lankan beats. The intention of this grand musical festival of drums is to provide a stage for the young musicians to showcase their talents.
Ladies and gentlemen, and on that note, welcome to the Sound of Drums presented by St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7.
A fiesta of beats by future musicians.
විශ්ව ශක්තියෙන් නනුනේ විද්මයේ ශක්ති ප්‍රභවයන් වටාගන්න වී සම්පත්ති
එටදිනේ තිබේ නගින්න කලාකිතේ ඉසුසි අවසරයි මුළු විශ්වයෙන් දෙන්න අපට ශක්ති
මහා විශ්ව ශක්ති මේ මහා විශ්ව ශක්ති
මහා විශ්ව ශක්ති
මහා විශ්ව ශක්ති තනනම් තනම් දෙන තනනම් තනම් දෙන තනනම් තනම් දෙන තානා තානා තනනම් තනම් දෙන තනනම් තනම් දෙන තනනම් තනම් දෙන තානා තානා තනනම් තනම් දෙන තනනම් තනම් දෙන තනනම් තනම් දෙන තානා තානා තනනම් තනම් දෙන තනනම් තනම් දෙන තනනම් තනම් දෙන තානා තානා लंका माता दियत पुरा जय गगनंगा सत्देव तल इन्ना सिरि वस्सा जय 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 वे मगे लंका श्रीनि विभूषित लंका माता दियत पुरा जय गगनंगा सत्देव तल इन्ना सिरि वस्सा जय 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 वे मगे लंका तननम तनम देना तननम तनम देना तननम तनम देना ताना ताना तननम तनम देना तननम तनम देना तननम तनम देना ताना ताना
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one tiny rule if you are going to be in the audience tonight. You have to do your absolute best in cheering our girls and the rest of the invitee schools as well. Can we do that, ladies and gentlemen? Can I get a yes? All right, that was a puja dance.
We must continue this energy throughout because the numbers are getting until there are bailas in the end. So make sure that the energy is rising up, right?
Absolutely. Now, moving on into our first item this evening, we have the grand opening of this magnificent evening, an evening of beats, which will unveil the brilliant, which will also feature the brilliant Bridget Eastern Band, trained by the teacher in charge, Mrs. Geeta Fernando.
And they will be accompanied by two veteran percussionists, Mr. Jananath Varakagoda, a highly acclaimed Sri Lankan percussionist, musician and composer renowned for his mastery of traditional and contemporary rhythms.
That's right. We also have Mr. Rakita Vikramaratna, an internationally acclaimed percussionist, a recording artist, and the founder of Panadura as well, who believes in taking the Sri Lankan roots of percussion to the international stage of music.
Now, we were curious to know what their experience was to work with our talented female instrumentalists, and this is what they had to say. It was really great, well disciplined, and what a talent they have. They picked up everything really fast, like to work with them. And those are the words coming from Ms. Jananath Varakagoda. Thank you very much, Mr. Varakagoda, for your genuine feedback. It truly is a massive strength to the upcoming talented bridge teams. And hats off to the trainer, Mrs. Geeta.
We also spoke to Mr. Rakita, and this is what he had to say working with our girls and the team. They have got the skill, the groove, and especially the perfect timing. Girls are proof that rhythm has no limits. Feeling truly proud and excited for the future of drumming in Sri Lanka.
The opening item of an Eastern band show often highlights the rich heritage of Sri Lankan traditional drums, showcasing the instruments such as the thammattama, gatabera, daula, and yakbera.
Now, this powerful performance sets a vibrant and energetic tone as well, ladies and gentlemen, combining deep rhythmic beats and lively drum patterns as well.
Each drum brings a unique sound. Gatabera with its bold ceremonial tones, thammattama with its sharp double-headed strikes, dowel with its dynamic festival beats, and yakbera with its distinctive haunting rhythms.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome on stage the brilliantly talented, the amazingly talented Eastern Band, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome them on stage?
This is the Bridget Eastern Band, trained by teacher in charge Mrs. Geeta Fernando, accompanied by Mr. Jananath Varakagoda and Mr. Rakita Vikramaratna. A huge round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen.
ශාන්ත බ්‍රිජට් කණ්ඩාරාමේ දරුවෝ ටික බලි තොවිල් පදේ නටමුද? ගිග්ගින්දන් ගත ගති ගුන්දන් ගත ගිග්ගින්දන් ගත ගති ගුන්දන් ගත ගිග්ගින්දන් ගත ගති ගුන්දන් ගත ගිග්ගින්දන් ගත ගති ගුන්දන් තා දිත්ත ගති ගුන්දන් ගත
තා දිත්ත ගති ගුන්ද ගත
ගත්තිරකට දෙක ගත කුදොන්ත
ගත්තිරිකට ගත කුදුන්ත
ගදිත්ත දෙක දිත්ත
ගද්දිත්ත දෙක දිත්ත
ගත්තිරකට දෙක ගත කුදොන්ත
ගත්තිරිකට දෙක ගත කුදුන්ත
තා රෙකට ගති ගුන්ද ගද්දොන් එනම් ගහන්න
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have to have a resounding round of applause once again for the Eastern Band of St. Bridget's Convent. A grand start for the sound of drums, certainly a grand opening.
That's right. You know, backstage, Dulanjali and I were just trying to figure out how do we match that sort of energy on stage. But ladies and gentlemen, none of this is possible without hard work and practice. You know, Dulanjali, as a musician yourself, I think you would agree with me on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we also had our special guests joining the girls on stage as well. So that is something truly unique and something that you don't see quite often. All right, it's time to bring in our first guest school to perform right here on stage. Good Shepherd Convent Kandy was established in the year 1889, and their motto is, engraved in the heart of every true Shepherdian, is unspoken but self-evident, something rich and beautiful. Strength and sweetness is human, spiritual, and divine as well. It helps to broaden perspectives and also the meaning of life. Ladies and gentlemen, we're truly honored and grateful for the girls for coming all the way here and joining us tonight for the Sound of Drums.
So their performance, this is the Eastern Band of Good Shepherd Convent Kandy performing Gajaga Vannama, Nanavile, Pinnamale, Mayam Tarurana, and Kakiri Palina Tikiri Sinavai. And the band has been trained by Miss SMR Amali Jayasinghe. Ladies and gentlemen, a resounding round of applause as we welcome the Eastern Band of Good Shepherd Convent Kandy.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Good Shepherd Convent, Candy, joining us all the way.
Yes, once again, we have our Bridgetians coming on stage, ladies and gentlemen. This time, it's the Western Band, trained by Major S.W.B. Singha.
Now, their songs will be as follows. The Cup of Life, this is a high-energy number by Ricky Martin, released in the year 1998 as the official anthem for the FIFA World Cup, which was held in France. The song celebrates the spirit of football, unity, and victory.
Great Balls of Fire is a classic rock and roll song performed by Jerry Lee Lewis, released in 1957. Known for its electrifying piano riffs and energetic vocals, the song became one of the biggest hits of the era. It showcases Lewis's wild performance style and helped define the sound of early rock and roll. Great Balls of Fire remains a timeless favorite and a landmark in music industry.
And their final number, the third number, will be called Piranhas. Now, this is a song known for its intense energy and very, very bold lyrics, often exploring the themes of things like danger, survival, and aggression. Those are some of the characteristics you would actually see in a real fish called a piranha.
Which is something interesting as well, but yes, this is the lineup of the Western Band's first performance. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, they're coming on stage. A round of applause for the Western Band of St. Bridget's Convent, trained by Major S.W.B. Singha.
ladies and gentlemen, the Western Brass Band of St. Bridget's Convent. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen.
Certainly an electrifying performance. Yes, there, I need that from you. Of course, a round of applause for the Western Band of Collegiate School of St. Bridget's Convent. And as you can see, what is important is that for you to remember, these are school children and they're performing live, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the trainers who are doing an absolutely tremendous amount of work behind the scene? Next, ladies and gentlemen, yet again we have a guest school coming on stage, and that is St. Thomas's Girls' School, Marthalee. The school was established in 1873. Later, in 1876, the school was split into two separate boys' and girls' schools by Reverend Father Aloysius. The school has produced many notable persons who are well known throughout the country.
That's right. So today we will be witnessing many such schools as well. St. Thomas's Girls' School joining us from Marthalee. They will be performing a series of classical numbers belonging to culture here in Sri Lanka. We don't want to release all the numbers all at once, but some of the classics will be things like numbers like Master Sir, S. Dekapura, and many more. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the girls joining us here today and give them a huge round of applause.
And they have been trained by Mr. Roshan Pereira. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Thomas's Girls' School, Marthalee on Sound of Drums. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for the St. Thomas's Girls' School, Martale. And I saw so much of creativity. Amidst the performance, they have been very creative in just grabbing the attention of the audience, which is great to see in school stages. And it's beautiful to see that we see talent from across the country coming onto one stage.
That's right, and I believe that is indeed the power of music as well. Music is something that brings out things that you have never seen before. It brings you out of a usual box or a theory that we usually see. So that is the power of music, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, well, the stage is set for the little ones of St. Bridget's Convent. You will be witnessing the Eastern and the Western brass bands of the primary school of St. Bridget's Convent. That is why I said creativity is boundless when it comes to music. So I believe it is time for us to leave the stage.
Yes, I'm sure the parents are eagerly awaiting to watch their kids, similar to the other parents as well, but this one's quite special and so adorable. I'm looking forward to this one. And this band has been trained by Mr. Thilan Karunanayaka, Mrs. Sharon Pascolge, and Ms. Harinde De Silva. They will be playing Gajaga Vannama, Ata Dilisana Hiru Sandu Rantaru, Pandarin, Cup of Life, Dong Jing Jing Dong Tarikita, right? That's what we're going to play, right? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the primary, Eastern, and Western band of St. Bridget's Convent.
Packaging Industries. Sustainability in every package.
IDOC Luxury Retirement Resort started in 2010 at Colombo 14 Grand Pass as a free service to poor chaired by Dr. Kirti Fonseca, who has been awarded by the government as the best medical officer in charge. Currently, IDOC has retirement with cabana type villas and facilities to airlift at an emergency. Call 0756990373.
Mountain Stack Coffee celebrates Sri Lanka's artisan coffee tradition. Beans grown in the misty mountains. Its unique flavor profile is perfect for discerning coffee enthusiasts. Looking for an authentic coffee experience? As you savor each rich and flavorful sip, let the majestic stack awaken your inner vitality and power. Discover the stack in you.
Welcome to the Residencies Corte, an exclusive living experience brought to you by ICC. Designed for those who seek comfort, convenience, and a refined lifestyle, this premier development offers an exceptional blend of modernity and tranquility. At Residencies Corte, relaxation and leisure are at the heart of the experience. Dive into serenity at our stunning infinity pool, perfect for a refreshing swim and stroll through our beautifully landscaped gardens, offering a tranquil escape from the city's hustle and bustle. Enjoy time with family and friends in our recreational zones, featuring a badminton court, basketball court, and children's play area. Whether for a game, workout, or fun for the little ones, these spaces elevate your living experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're having a fabulous time enjoying the music right here at the Nayakanda Theatre. The Sound of Drum is proudly presented by St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7. All right, it is time to invite our next school on stage. That is Good Shepherd Convent from Panadura, the Western Brass Band. A little bit of history before we head into the segment. Reverend Father Alex Ranasinghe, the then parish priest of Panadura, with the help of the Good Shepherd Sisters, started the school, the primary school rather, on the 2nd of February in 1953.
And their vision is to produce good shepherdesses to the world. And tonight, the Western Band will be performing Pilmehi Paniboti and Manusat, along with Dancing Queen. And they're trained by Mr. Bandala Manatunga. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Good Shepherd Convent, Panadura. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Good Shepherd Convent of Panadura. And certainly some energetic performance that we witnessed, beautiful melodies, certainly. And next we have, once again, our very own Bridget coming on stage, but this time it's for some dazzling dance performance.
That's right, we are proud to welcome the dancing troupe of St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7. Let's take a bit of a walk around, somewhere under the starry night, Dulanjali, right? In the stillness of nature's gentle embrace, something magical begins to unfold. Flowers are blooming and all things that you can visualize in this sense. Right now, we can also visualize something like water rippling with joy, reflecting the golden light of the sun as well. Amidst this enchanting scene, a group of little children start to appear.
So we are setting the tone for this performance,
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, right?
Very good.
So their eyes sparkle as they take in the beauty that surrounds them. They laugh, they play, and they lose themselves in the joy of nature's splendor. But they do not want to enjoy it alone. With innocent hearts, they call out to all of us, inviting us to pause, to look around, and to appreciate the simple wonders that life offers. Let us now join and welcome them as they celebrate the beauty of creation through this delightful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the dancing troupe of St. Bridget's Convent.
යටින් මල් පිපේ ඝන අඳුරේ මේරයේ සෝක තැවුල් සංසිඳේ ලා 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 තරුදිලේ පයට යටින් මල් පිපේ ඝන අඳුරේ මේරයේ සෝක තැවුල් සංසිඳේ ලා 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 ලා
Ladies and gentlemen, the dancing troupe of St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7. A round of applause. I think we can...
Certainly a vibrant performance. I'm sure everybody would agree.
All right, it is time to invite on stage Good Shepherd Balika Mahavidyalaya from Nayakanda to join us this evening on stage.
Yes, and this school was established in 1928 under the direction of the nuns of Good Shepherd congregation. The primary aim of Nayakanda Good Shepherd Balika Mahavidyalaya is to produce a group of motivated young ladies who are equipped with professional and technical skills as well as information appropriate for the modern world by following the example of the Good Shepherd.
That's right. Now this evening they will be performing a few numbers for us. Some of the numbers include some all-time greats, some all-time classics like Varamati and Hena Jatika Vimane as well. The band is being trained by SM Samanthi Surangi and KL Ironika Ravimali. Ladies and gentlemen, remember your rule. You have to give all the applause you have and support all these schools and students. Ladies and gentlemen, do enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a Good Shepherd, Balika Mahavidyalaya, joining us from Nayakanda, ladies and
Can
gentlemen.
you hear a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? These are school children coming on stage. Maybe it's for their first ever time in life, so certainly it has to be a good memory for each and every child that steps onto this stage for their entire future ahead in music.
That's right. Walking right now on stage is the girls from Ave Maria Convent from Negombo. Let's roll back in time to the year 1938. St. Mary's Girls' College, which was situated in the premises of Grand Street Church, was brought to the present location, and in December 1959, when the schools were taken over, Ave Maria was established, ladies and gentlemen.
And the band will be performing Dangakari, Hedakari and Laila. The band is trained by Mr. Nishanta Akmimana. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the band of Ave Maria.
LIA Packaging Industries. Sustainability in every package.
IDOC Luxury Retirement Resort started in 2010 at Colombo 14 Grand Pass as a free service to poor chaired by Dr. Kirti Fonseca, who has been awarded by the government as the best medical officer in charge. Currently, IDOC has several branches to serve better at Colombo 14, Chelau, Ragama, Jala Beachside, and Wattala. IDOC residents have the luxury of getting many medical and surgical procedures done in the comfort of their own rooms. IDOC New Wing, coming up in the Hill Country, will redefine your retirement with cabana type villas and facilities to airlift at an emergency. Call 0756 990373.
Mountain Stack Coffee celebrates Sri Lanka's artisan coffee tradition. Beans grown in the misty mountains. Its unique flavor profile is perfect for discerning coffee enthusiasts looking for an authentic coffee experience. As you savor each rich and flavorful sip, let the majestic stack awaken your inner vitality and power. Discover the stack in you.
Welcome to the Residencies Corte, an exclusive living experience brought to you by ICC. Designed for those who seek comfort, convenience, and a refined lifestyle, this premier development offers an exceptional blend of modernity and tranquility. At Residencies Corte, relaxation and leisure are at the heart of the experience. Dive into serenity at our stunning infinity pool, perfect for a refreshing swim and stroll through our beautifully landscaped gardens, offering a tranquil escape from the city's hustle and bustle. Enjoy time with family and friends in our recreational zones, featuring a badminton court, basketball court, and children's play area. Whether for a game, workout, or fun for the little ones, these spaces elevate your living experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Good Shepherd Convent, Kotahena.
ladies and gentlemen. That was Good Shepherd Convent, Kotahena. A round of applause. The band was trained by Mrs. Omali Rajakaruna. And just to speak a little bit about their performance, it was a vibrant blend of contemporary Sinhala light music and Kollywood beat rhythms as well. So it was definitely a fusion of melodies, a fusion of beats and harmonies all coming in together. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we move on into our next item. We are proud to bring back on stage the Eastern Band of St. Bridget's Convent. The Indian item in a band show features a lively fusion of traditional and modern elements. You will be seeing a few interesting instruments as well. You will be witnessing the nagara, the Indian dol, the cajon, and the dundun as well.
The Congo and the Shakers bring a lively groove, enhancing the fusion of sounds. This item is often paired with a modern Indian dance performance, combining classical and contemporary dance styles, offering a colorful, upbeat celebration of Indian culture. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the St. Bridget's Convent Eastern Band once again on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Eastern Band of St. Bridget's Convent for those beautiful, melodious performance of Hollywood and Bollywood melodies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, up until now you have been witnessing all the ladies, all the girls performing, right, the Lanjali. So it's time to bring in the boys on stage. And it is time to bring in St. Benedict's College from Colombo.
St. Benedict's College, established in 1865, known for its rich history and academic excellence. The college offers a comprehensive education rooted in values with a commitment to a holistic development. St. Benedict's continues to thrive, providing students with a nurturing environment that fosters both intellectual and moral growth.
Ladies and gentlemen, St. Benedict's College will be playing a medley of numbers that most of us have grown up listening to. A medley by ABBA, which is called ABBA Gold. The band has been trained by retired warrant officer of the Sri Lanka Air Force, Mr. Daya Karunathalaka. Ladies and gentlemen, the band of St. Benedict's College is ready to take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what a performance by St. Benedict's College, Colombo, lighting up our stage with some brilliant, brilliant classics.
Adding color to sound of drums.
All right, time to make things a little interesting, Vilanjali. Well,
Let's be honest.
let's be honest. We really want to know if there are any familians in the audience. Do I
Louder.
hear a yes or a no?
Louder.
All right.
Okay.
No.
We have Bridgetians, of course, I believe.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, many people consider Bridgetines and familians to be arch rivals, right?
Are we?
Are we rivals,
Ladies, are
and
we?
gentlemen?
Is it true?
Right? Sisters, what do you all think? Rivals. Sisters
famous
are
secret,
agreeing
right?
that Bridgetines and familians are rivals.
Well, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Mariella, are we? Well, in my times when I was in the choir, it was the time that we went for the choir competitions. Yes, we were rivals. Right, ladies?
No?
Okay, the Bridgetines
During
are being very
competition time,
polite
yeah.
and very disciplined because the nuns are seated right in the front, so we have to maintain that discipline. Yes, right.
Absolutely.
But we are just trying to be a little honest. Yes, we were rivals during the time we had the choir competitions. There, I
That's
admitted
right. So
the fact.
while times we were competing, yes, we are rivals, of course, but today we are going to witness sisterhood, right? So ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to have on stage the girls of Holy Family Convent joining us. No competition, but true sisterhood. And in the spirit of unity, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them on stage.
And they'll be performing the Sakya Sandawata, Kokeleange, and Dumbara Kanduvatie. The band is trained by Ms. Dana Hetiarashi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together with a resounding round of applause for Holy Family Convent Band. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a fabulous performance by the Familiar and Eastern Band. And we thank the Holy Family Convent for collaborating with St. Bridget's to beautify and add a color and glamour to Sound of Drums.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, just like the two of us, there's something very, very special from a personal point of view, Dilanjali. It's very special, especially when you leave school, to always come back to school and do your part. There's something very special about it, something very magical, right? So, it is time to bring on stage the past members of the Eastern Band.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and the melodies are going to be, Mariela, why don't you do the honors?
That's right. Now, they will be performing some classics as well, ladies and gentlemen. Numbers like Hoya Hoya and Muhudayamu and many more as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, these girls have left school years ago, many, many years ago, but they're still here. Why? Because St. Bridget's Convent is a place that is very, very close to all of our hearts, and it has made us who we are today.
And there is a melody that I'm looking forward to. I think you could mention Lunu Dehi. And it's a very unique rendition, and I believe if gypsies get to hear this, they will love this version. So let's take a look as to what the past members of the Eastern Band of St. Bridget's Convent has to offer on Sound of Drums. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a round of applause.
packaging industries. Sustainability in every package.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a good time enjoying the music, enjoying the fusion of music, a fusion of beats, and all things good in terms of music. Up next, we have a captivating ballet performance where every step, every gesture, and every twirl tells a story without words.
Let the elegance of ballet unfold before your eyes, where discipline meets art and music finds its motion. Please sit back and enjoy this enchanting presentation. The dance is trained by Ms. Samantha Samaratna and the teacher in charge, Ms. Ruani Fernando. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome our talented Bridgetian ballerinas.
ladies and gentlemen, our ballerinas of St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7.
Certainly an elegant performance, right?
Absolutely. And this stands as a testament that Bridgetines shine in every aspect when it comes to music, dance, and the arts. All right. Well, it is time to bring on stage where we had our sister school on stage. Now it is time we have our brother school on stage, St. Joseph's College, Colombo 10. And
yes, are there any Josephians? Of course, there are Josephians. How come there is not going to be any Josephians when there's a Bridgetian function happening, right?
that's right. Now we know that the Josephians are guided by the teaching and example of our Lord Jesus Christ and inspired by the Josephian motto, the Lanjali, that is through knowledge and virtue. So tonight they're here to share their brilliance in terms of music and playing of the band as well. So ladies and gentlemen, the band of St. Joseph's College
has been trained by Mr. Priyantha Abhesundara, and they'll be performing Udurata Kandugare and Sanasana Nalavinasudu along with Laila. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a resounding round of applause to our brother school, St. Joseph's College, Colombo 10.
ladies and gentlemen, our very own brother school, St. Joseph's College, Colombo 10. Let's give them a round of applause.
A fabulous fusion of Eastern and Western melodies brought together by the band. And thanks for joining and for adding color to Sound of Drums. And next we have yet another sister school. These are the sweet little sisters, as famously known. So the hallmark of true Laurentian is courtesy, versatility, and responsibility, with their motto, for the greater glory of God.
Absolutely. Now, St. Lawrence's Convent, they will be performing a mashup of Tohimeri, and they will also be performing Hitahiri Batunado, ladies and gentlemen. The band is being trained by Mr. T.F. Greasy and Mrs. Sujiva Virakudi as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the band of St. Lawrence's Convent joining us right here at the Nelumpavana Theatre for The Sound of Drums. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, and let's give their biggest cheer as well.
Everybody, please put your hands together for Laurentians for that fabulous performance. Joining with the Bridgetians this evening to beautify the sound of drums.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, next on the agenda is a performance by St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia. St. Thomas's was established in 1851. It was founded as a college and cathedral for the new Diocese of Colombo and the Church of Ceylon.
And today, the Eastern Band of St. Thomas's College will perform a powerful drum beat to which a blend of movements inspired by our very own Angampura form has been choreographed, and they have been trained by Mr. Tilina Tilanka. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for St. Thomas's College Eastern Band. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, after that reminder from our valued sponsors, we should mention that was the Thormians. Wasn't that an energetic, power-packed, intense performance by the Thormians? A round of applause once again, we owe it to them. Thank you. And next we have our Bridgetians coming back on stage, and this is the Western Band. Pana Sinehasa is one of the songs they're going to perform, which is a touching singular love song that captures deep emotions of affection and longing. The title translates to endless love, and the lyrics beautifully express the sincerity and depth of a heartfelt relationship.
The band will also be performing a very, very popular singular number, and that is Apikauruda. Now this song, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, this really reflects on themes of identity, unity and social equality as well. The title translates, "Who are we?" in English, and prompting listeners to really reflect on the meaning of the song, to reflect on human values that goes beyond things like race, class and culture as well. The song emphasizes the idea that despite differences, we are all fundamentally the same.
Absolutely. And we have Whenever, Wherever, a hit song by Colombian singer Shakira, released in 2001 as a part of her album Laundry Service. The song blends Latin, pop, and world music elements, showcasing Shakira's unique voice and energetic style. Its lyrics celebrate love that knows no boundaries, emphasizing that true connection can happen anytime, anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome the Bridget Western Band on the Sound of Drums.
Baby, I'm friendly and mystery. Some freckles on your body. Imagine that we're only 3 ways to love somebody. Can't you see? I want to be we're meant to be together. I'll be there when you begin. And that's what you might think. You never have to wonder. We can always say bye. But that's what you might do. Walking in the morning, the big mountains sentimental. Walking in the morning, like a humble. Thinking when I stumble. I have strong legs like my mother's. She runs the shower when I need it. No for another. So do you leave it right? Can't you see? I'm on your feet. Can't you see? I'm at your feet. We're meant to be together. I'll be there when you be. And that's what you might think. You never have to wonder. We can always say bye. And that's what you might do.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Senior Western Brass Band of St. Bridget's Convent, Colombo 7. All right, it is time to bring in Dulanjali. Who do we have next?
Any guesses from the audience? Which of the schools that you guys are waiting to?
I think I heard someone
Get on
saying the right
stage.
answer.
Any guesses, audience? Come on, everyone. Make some noise. Great. I think we are ready to get them on stage. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, come on now. Put your hands together once again. And this is going to be Peters College, Bambla Pitia. And they'll be also, wow. All the excitement is for the Peterites, I believe. Let's take a moment to just remember that it was been established in 1922 by Reverend Father Maurice Delgaux, catering to the demands of present generation. Peters, now known as among educationists as an excellent seat of learning.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the numbers that they will be performing, usually you would hear them played in a very rock and roll style. But the Peterite band will tell you how they will do it in the Peterite way, in the Peterite style, bringing in the brass band effect to these spectacular numbers that are known worldwide. Starting things with Sweet Caroline and Crocodile Rock. Some brilliant, brilliant numbers that were here. And the band is trained by a retired warrant officer of the Sri Lankan Air Force, Mr. Daya Karunath Tilaka, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really excited to hear what they have for us because these are numbers that we really, really dance for. And we invite you to please join in, sing along, because these are some all-time greats, ladies and gentlemen.
Huge round of applause for the Peterites.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Western Brass Band of St. Peter's College, Colombo, really livening things up this evening. All right. Well, it is time to bring in the dance troupe of St. Bridget's Convent. They will be performing a Thal fusion, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is a blend of tradition and expression through the elegant art form of semi-classical Kathak dancing, ladies and gentlemen. This type of dance is rooted in the northern area of India, or North India as we call it. Kathak is known for its very graceful movements, rhythmic footwork, and intricate spins.
So in this semi-classical item, the dancers fuse classical technique with contemporary flair, offering a vibrant performance that bridges the old and the new. Prepare to be captivated by rhythmic grace, expressive storytelling, and the timeless charm of Kathak. Let the music, the movement, and the magic transport you into a world of timeless dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome the talented bridge chain dancers for Thal Fusion.
කරකා මාව මගැර බලනා සොබනා මුනිවත රකිනා අබලකි වැවසිමිනා තාලෙට දිය බිනිනා සොබනා මුනිවත රකිනා සොබනා ඔරුවක මල් පුරවා මල් කුමරුට පිටු පාදුනා
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए
Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that you'd agree if I say that it certainly was a captivating, vibrant dance performance by our talented young dancers of St. Bridget's Convent. Can we have another round of applause for the talent that we are witnessing this evening on this stage? And I would like to take a moment to also appreciate another segment of people who seem to go unnoticed. So behind all these efforts are the parents, the families, the teachers, the trainers, and any and everyone who would have enabled the kids to get on the stage and have this moment of a lifetime. Can we have a huge round of applause to everyone who's here in the audience, the parents, the teachers, and the trainers. This is for you. Thank you for being with them. And the final boy band for the evening. I'm sure you're waiting for them. The Royal College of Colombo. Since 1835, the Royal College has been devoted to producing gentlemen capable of spearheading change and advancement. And right about now, the evergreen ABBA music is yet to come on stage, but with a different flavor.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Royal College is here to perform for us this evening and adding in all the glamour that they have. They will be performing for us Dancing Queen and Mamma Mia from ABBA. The band has been trained by Mr. T.F. Greasy. Ladies and gentlemen, the band of Royal College, Colombo.
Come on, everyone, put your hands together for a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our evening draws close to its finale, let us pause to honor the incredible individuals whose presence and support have made this event truly special. Every moment shared tonight has been a reflection of unity, artistry, and dedication, and it is only fitting that we express our heartfelt gratitude. Please join me in celebrating those who have lit up this occasion with their grace and generosity. Let me call upon the principal of the Collegiate School, Reverend Sister Sujani Fernando, on stage, please. And also we invite our distinguished guests to accept the tokens of appreciation, the tokens of love, a gesture that carries admiration, respect, and sincere thanks. Our chief guest, Mr. Vijayaratna Varakagada. Dear sir, your presence here today is not only a source of inspiration, but a true testament to your generosity of spirit and commitment to uplifting others. We, the principal staff and students of St. Bridget's Convent, are truly honored by the time you have taken to be with us. Your presence has indeed elevated this occasion. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing us with your presence and for being such a meaningful part of this gathering. Thank you, sir. And I would like to call upon our guest of honor, Mr. Jananath Varakagada. Of course, someone who doesn't need an introduction. A renowned musician, composer, and music director. We are truly honored by your presence, sir, and grateful for your hard work that has been the driving force for this extravagant festival of drums. Thank you very much. And Mrs. Geeta Fernando, teacher in charge of the Eastern Band of St. Bridget's Convent Collegiate School, and the band trainer. Dear Miss, your dedication and hard work is immeasurable. Hard work pays off, and today we are witnessing it on this stage. Hats off to you. And Major S.W.B. Edil Singer, the Western Band Trainer. We are truly grateful for your dedication and commitment, dear sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Augusta, for doing the presentation of awards for our special people who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event a success. Well, Dulanjali, what do we have?
So, yes, we are drawing closer to the last couple of items, but the party is not yet over. So, no fiesta can be complete without a little baila, I believe.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. No Sri Lankan party, no Sri Lankan event is complete without some good old baila.
And that's the music that actually touches your soul and sets you free to be yourselves. So, talking about baila, it's an item in a band show which is a lively and entertaining performance that showcases the upbeat rhythms of Sri Lanka's popular dance music, baila. This item features vibrant drumming using instruments like congos, cajones, and shakers to create fast, catchy beats that make the audience want to dance and sing along.
Absolutely. So with all of that in mind, we all know what baila really is to all of us as Sri Lankans. So once again, we invite the Eastern Band right here on stage for a brilliant, brilliant lineup of some good baila music. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for the final round? If that is the case, please give them your biggest round of applause.
The Eastern Band of St. Bridget's Convent.
Ladies and gentlemen, as time is ticking and we have to officially close our proceedings, but for that we have to have someone very important, and that is the Eastern Band Leader.
Swetha Fernando will come to the lectern, and that is to sum up our gratitude in a vote of thanks, as an event of this caliber will not be a success if not for the valuable partners, collaborators who have come on board to make sure that everything is perfect. Attention to detail is given, and all these kids are guided towards this success. So thank you for being the witnesses, and let's have Swetha Fernando, Eastern Band Leader, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I warmly welcome our chief guest, Mr. Wijeratna Varakagoda, guest of honors, Mr. Jananath Varakagoda and Mr. Rakita Vikramaratna, General Manager of Catholic Private Schools, Reverend Father Gamanu Dias, Sector Coordinator, Reverend Sister Alexandra Mendes, and all sisters of Good Shepherd Province Leadership Team. Our community leader, Reverend Sister Francine Mutugala, our principal, Reverend Sister Sujani Fernando, principals of the primary and Montessori, Reverend Sister Dilrukshika Silva, and Reverend Sister Velani De Silva, members of the Past Pupils Association and the School Development Society, principals of the invited schools, special invitees, distinguished guests, our sponsors, and parents. While thanking God Almighty for His countless blessings, I would like to extend a big thank you to everyone who made this event a possibility, and a memorable one at that. I would like to start off by thanking our chief guest, Mr. Wijeratna Varakagoda, guest of honor, Mr. Jananath Varakagoda, and Mr. Rakita Vikramaratna, for your gracious presence here with us today. Reverend Father Gamanu Dias, General Manager of Catholic Private Schools, Reverend Sister Alexandra Mendes, Sector Coordinator, and all sisters of the Good Shepherd Province Leadership Team, for your esteemed presence in spite of your busy schedule. Our community leader, Reverend Sister Francine Mutugala, along with the community, for keeping us in your prayers from the very beginning of this event. Principals of the primary and Montessori, Reverend Sister Dilrukshika Silva and Reverend Sister Velani De Silva, members of the Past Pupils Association and the School Development Society, thank you for your inspiring presence with us. My grateful thanks to our dear principal, Reverend Sister Sujani Fernando, for your unceasing encouragement and guidance, and for providing the students an opportunity to showcase their talents. Today has truly been a beautiful evening with spectacular performances from our talented students. So thank you, sister, for making it all a possibility. Furthermore, it is with deep sense of appreciation that we recall the efforts of our deputy principals, Mrs. Yvonne Hettige and Mrs. Darshini Dias. Your days of hard work have borne much fruit today. I'm deeply grateful to the principals of all participating schools for your generous support and collaboration, which greatly contributed to the success of this event. I would also like to thank our gold sponsor, Mr. and Mrs. Neville Fernando, our silver sponsor, Mr. and Mrs. Dilan Berualage, and our bronze sponsor, Mr. and Mrs. Shirantha Bokalavela, for your kind generosity. Our official electronic media partner, TV Derana and Other Derana 24. Our print media sponsor, Sunday Times and Daily Mirror. Our official photography and social media partner, Quadrangle, and our sounds official event management partner, JW Percussion House. our designing and digital media partner, C+ Creation and Technologies. A special thanks to you all for helping to make this event a success. A big thank you also to the Chief Executive Officer, Brigadier Shaluka Liyanugunawardana, Booking Officer, Major Heshan Gomez, and the staff of Nilum Pokuna for your time, effort, and commitment. I express my heartfelt gratitude to our dance teachers, Ms. Malinthi Mendes, Ms. Lakshila Shamugaswamy, Ms. Hirudini De Silva, teacher in charge, Ms. Ruvini Fernando, teacher and trainer, Ms. Samantha Samanaratna, and Mr. Chatura Varna Sekara for your unwearying support, dedication, and invaluable guidance. Last but not least, to our Mrs. Geeta Fernando, Eastern Band trainer and teacher in charge, Major S.W.B. Ediri Singha, Western Band trainer, and Mrs. Sulakshi De Silva, teacher in charge. We owe it all to you and your tireless efforts. You have toiled day and night with meticulous planning and an eye for detail to make today's event a success, and for that we are forever grateful. My sincere appreciation goes to Malhara Aki for her outstanding assistance and tireless coordination, which were instrumental in ensuring everything ran smoothly. Thank you to our wonderful compeers, Ms. Augusta Anthony Muttu and Mariela Aki and Dolanjali Aki, our own Bridgetines, who guided us through the evening with such grace and enthusiasm. Your energy and presence added a beautiful rhythm to the show, keeping the audience engaged from start to finish. My deepest gratitude goes to all the teachers. Your involvement have been crucial in making today's event a success. I would like to thank the prefects, clerical staff, support staff, backstage crew, lights and sounds team, photographers, security officers for the support rendered throughout the course of today's event. I wish to express my sincere thanks to all the participants today. Your commitment, hard work, the time spent, and effort put in are commendable. I congratulate all my fellow participants for your magnificent performances. With that, I would like to bid you all a very pleasant night. Thank you for being a part of the Sounds of Drums, presented by St. Bridget's Convent Collegiate School. Thank you, and may God bless to you all.
Thank you, Swetha, for proposing the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end. We would like everyone present in the hall to please rise for the national anthem.
Sri Lanka Mata, Upper Sri Lanka, Namo, 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 Namo Mata. Sundara Siri Varini, Surani Ati Sobhamana Lanka. Vale Vanaya Nikamal Palaturu Piri Jaya Bhumi Ramya. Apahata Sapa Siri Seta Lanka,